We're live.
Hi, Nicholas.
Hi. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, Nicholas. Welcome to Nanotechnology 2022. I'm Christos Kapnopoulos from Nanotechnology Lab LTFN, and I will try to give you some nice insights about our printed OPV technologies. So first of all, we are here to give you some examples. These are some printed OPV cells that are fully flexible. They are semi-transparent, so you can see me from inside, and they have the ability to produce power even with low light condition and for indoor and outdoor applications. So we can use for different kinds of application. Here is a demo that for some sailing boats you can use it on to have some power. And it's completely transparent, so it's also very nice. So these are some small scale demos, but of course we can go to even bigger scale. We have panels big like this, and actually to give you also some more information, all these are printed in our high-end technology roll-to-roll pilot line, which is in our lab, with several printing technologies, some inline on-the-fly laser scribing for the modules, for making this kind of modules, several quality control techniques to ensure the quality of the results, and we have the ability to do different kind of things like different kind of shapes, different kind of type of modules, and according to the final application and the needs of the customers.
If I want to have this in my house, for example, you would have to encapsulate it with
this is already encapsulated.
Plastic. Is this ready to put in the house?
Yes, it's just ready. You just open two contacts on the both ends. You put some wires there, like it is here. You put just these two wires, and then it's ready to be done.
And what's the efficiency?
And the moment, the best in class efficiency that you have is around 6.5% for this kind of fully printed semi-transparent organic photovoltaic modules.
Is it possible to do in mass production?
Yes, of course. With this machine, we are able to print with up to 5 meters per minute. That means that we can have around about 2 square meters per minute produced by the line.
Nice. And do you have deployments? Do you have prototypes around Greece, or do you have?
Yes, there are several prototypes. There are some bus stations around. Also, I can show you from this side. We have different kind of applications, especially our spin-out company OET have several prototypes for bus station, for carports, in order to print the electric vehicles, and several other things coming up.
What do we see here?
So here it's just a very rough demo of a solar protection for the cars. So you can put it on the summer to protect your car for heating up, and then in the same time you can power a small fan in order to cool it as it is parked during summer. So here in Greece you have a lot of summer, so we have to use of it.
All right. And you have a whole bunch more stuff here at the booth?
So yes, let me try to introduce you my colleagues Sterios. Sterios, you go with some quite different things about printing biotechnology. So Sterios.
Welcome to Thessaloniki from my side too. My name is Sterios Dermenoudis. I work in the bio group of our lab, and we are working on 3D bioprinting, as you can see here. Using this 3D bioprinter, this is just a model of a nose using a hydrogel printing right now. We are trying to 3D bioprint some constructs that we can use for basic research to emulate some organs, possibly. And also we work on drug delivery systems, meaning that we try to synthesize some nanoparticles with embedded drugs inside that will be eluted in a very controlled and targeted way.
Did you get a lot of advancements in the last couple of years?
Yes, we tried to make some vascularization for the constructs that we make, because a big issue with 3D bioprinted constructs is the ability to provide nutrients and remove all the waste. So this is done by vessels So we had a lot of progress in the effort to vascularize some of these contracts. Also, we are building some bioreactors right now, where we can that we can use to further stimulate the bioprinted constructs with some mechanical stimulation.
And like the printer we see here, is it this kind of application is something that can become big, mass production?
There are two directions. One is getting bigger, one is getting smaller to match the in vivo tissue. Because the in vivo tissue has a lot of features in micro, nanoscale, and we are trying to reach this level of complexity. But when you are using equipment to reach this level of complexity, it's a difficult thing to build bigger. So we have to combine these two directions to build in higher resolution at the same time, but also big enough constructs to create organs.
Last time we filmed 2019,
Yeah.
there was at the lab
Yeah,
at the
exactly.
university.
Exactly.
And what's been the developments there? More and more students working on this?
Yeah, more students, more PhD students, more master students. Also working on the directions I've mentioned earlier.
All right. What else we can look around here?
For the bio group is this all demo only. The main focus of the lab is the printed organic electronics.
Yeah.
So this is a small demo for the bio group, for the lab.
All right. All right. And let's walk around here. Is this your friend talking about this part?
Probably.
Right here. This is OVPD growth.
I'm not the expert on that. Maybe Christos can talk. Christos?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe Christos can talk about that also.
Yeah.
Because it's organic electronics but printed in another way,
Yeah.
with other technologies.
You got it. Yeah. All right. So
There are a lot of projects that run in the
all right.
in the lab.
Yeah. So for example, right there and there.
There are some organic photovoltaics.
What are you showing here?
Yeah, these are some completely different technology. This is a hybrid technology called organic vapor phase deposition. This is made in order to make OLEDs in a very high quality of OLEDs. Most of them are in our cell phones. Here are some layers made by them, and we can show here some also organic photovoltaics made by the same technology on a rigid substrate, on a glass substrate. And this has much more efficiency, and it's made to be for more power and demanding applications, or for space applications or something like that.
Space.
Yes.
All right. So what's the connection between photovoltaics, OLED? Same process somehow? You can make things?
Yes, we can make them with the same printing processes, either with the big roll-to-roll pilot line or with the OVPD pilot line, and so you can compare both results and to have two different kind of application. One which is much cheaper and more close to mass production in order to have cheaper OPVs, and the other one it's more expensive. It's the OVPD technology, but give us much better results and much higher quality products.
Nice. And you have lots of discussions here with people at the show?
Yeah, for sure. This is a very nice event. So it's after COVID, after the COVID situation, here we can start coming live again. And this year we have more than 500 people. So it's a very nice opportunity to meet each other and to discuss after a long time again.
And here it says national projects.
Yes, we have several national projects, especially for agrovoltaics. So we are able to put a project called Photokipia. We put some photovoltaics on top of the greenhouses, Mediterranean greenhouses, in order not only to harvest energy and to have some power independent greenhouses, but also to shade the crops and to absorb some part of the solar spectrum, and to improve the efficiency of the crops and to have even more production.
All right, and the
So-
Apollon project.
Okay, the Apollon project is based on printed OLEDs. It's the one that's there. So you have the ability also not only to print the photovoltaics, but also to print some OLEDs for some lighting applications, for wearables, and for signaling or for other kind of applications.
All right. It gets really exciting once your technology can become mass production, when
Yes.
it can be change the world.
Yes, exactly. This is one world-changing technology that sooner or later will be to everybody's house. So these are some very nice applications that can be start off. So it can be with some small application or completely, for example, for BIPV applications or building integrated photovoltaics. So we can cover our solar windows to be solar windows in order to improve also the efficiency and also to reduce the heating needs from and cooling needs in our houses. So this is something that for sure we will see in the very few years.
Cool. Thanks a lot.
So thank you very much, Nicholas, being here, and let's see you around.
All right. All right. Thanks everybody for watching.
Yeah.
I'll put you on a break for a second. Right here. Hi, so please introduce yourself.
Okay. Hello. My name is Asterios Hadjiparadisis and I am the general manager of HOPEI. HOPEI is the Hellenic Organic Printing Electronics Association, and it englobes about 40 enterprises in Greece and abroad also, and research laboratories. And in this ecosystem, try to promote the organic electronic technologies. It was created in 2011, and now we promote the organic electronics in the Greek market, but also in abroad. And we participate, we have several activities. We participate in research projects, we participate in expositions, and also we collaborate with other associations like AFELIM, like OET, Saxony, etc., etc. And with these activities, we try to help the proliferation of organic electronics. So, Evangelos Bakalis, who is one of my collaborators, is here to present you the projects and several other activities.
So there's several members,
Yes.
and it's like an ecosystem.
Yes, it's an ecosystem with research laboratories and the universities and firms which use the result of these research laboratories and the research project, and we are the link of all the ecosystem.
So when you are together, you're stronger in the industry. When companies work together.
Of course. And we try to help the companies, for example, attracting them to participate in research projects, in research propositions, Europeans, but also nationals here in Greece. And we proliferate, we diffuse information concerning the domain. For example, every 2 months we edit a newsletter with information concerning all these domains, nanotechnologies, organic electronics, etc.
All right. So your colleague can
Yes,
can jump in there?
Evangelos give you more details in our activities, in our projects, etc.
Hi.
Hello, my name is Evangelos Bakalis. I'm Innovation and Dissemination Manager at HOPEI. As my colleague told you, we are an association that we have many members from different areas like institutions and companies, and we try to promote them and growth business in the field of flexible electronics in Greece. Now I will present you some of our projects that we are involved in. Mainly our income comes from our membership fees, but we also have some European projects that we have funding from. The first one is Flex Faction to Sustain. This project is an open innovation test bed. We provide resources, key resources like equipment, the know-how, and many experts to small and medium-sized enterprises and startups in order to grow their ideas in the field of flexible electronics. And we provide services like research and development to these small companies from our experts, from our expert partners that participate in this project. The other one is the Real Nano project. This project has characterization, specifies in the characterization of the technologies for high-yield manufacturing of flexible organic electronics. And we provide, in this project, we try to provide real-time and nanoscale characterization of the tools and methodologies that are being used for producing the flexible printed electronics, and minimize the high risks of the production, and provide low cost and very efficient products from in the field of flexible printed electronics. These two are both our projects. We also have ongoing investigation on trying to find new funded projects in order to be sustainable as an association, because we have our membership fees, but we need also some other sources of income too to be sustainable.
And when we look at the map here, there's around Europe.
Yeah. It's a multi-European project, pan-European project. Both projects are pan-European, and we cover a big area from the Europe by many companies like Semilab and the CRF, which is the Center for Research from Fiat. And we have many big partners and strong partners in this project. And we also cooperate in other projects too, because this is pan-European too, Flex Function Sustain.
And when we get a little bit closer this way, when it says 2020, 2024, so it's like a multi-year
Yes.
vision?
Mainly 2024, 2020 to 2024 means that this project is from Europe, and it's for these years. It doesn't mean that this project will last that long. It's all the proposals that are under this frame last from 2020 to 2024. This project currently is a 4-year project, and the Real Nano, on the other hand, is 3-year project.
And when I look behind here, if we move this a little bit, what is those 1,500 companies worldwide?
Yes, we have
brought together.
We have a broad network of companies that are partners to us, and there are more than 1,500 entities that have been in our network. It's not only companies that are members in our association, but some other associations too, very strong associations, like Cafelin, which is the Printed Electronics Association from France, or JAPEC, which is the Japanese Printed Electronics Association.
And how do you work together with them?
We have signed several memorandum of understanding with these organizations, and we collaborate in terms of exchanging information for our members, and finding new projects, and providing useful tools to our members and their members too, to promote and grow their business.
And what more do we see on your booth on the back?
Okay, you see here, you see our scope. This is the poster that shows our scope. And mainly it's what I told you already, that we have to coordinate a network of companies in organic electronics. We develop strong links, and we generate roadmaps for providing these technologies to the general mass, and support our members to new markets and trade shows, and represent our members nationally and internationally, distribute information from the markets, investments, collaborate with flexible and printed electronics global entities, as I told you before, with our memorandums of understanding, and organize exhibition, workshop and training activities like this one that we are attending right now. Here we have some presentation of our members, and for example here is the pilot line of OET Technologies, where they print flexible electronics for photovoltaic applications, or BL Nano Biomed, where we have some applications like this biosensor, which tests for COVID and other diseases just through a drop of blood on this sensor, and it can tell us if you have some of these diseases, or you have your carrier of
What's
these
with the
diseases.
Hatsopoulos?
And yes, this is another of our members, Hatsopoulos. They are specialized in flexible packaging, flexible printed electronics in packaging, like smart packaging applications, where you can learn many information from just these smart packaging applications, like if the product, for example, was outside of the fridge of the fridge from several minutes, it can tell it has a surface that can tell how long, for example, the product was outside the fridge. So it can be useful to supermarkets and many industries in the consumer chain. And here we present what I told you before about our role in the funded European projects. And here we have some more information about our members. We have more than 40 members in our organization, like DEPIA, Hellenic Petroleum, LTFN, which is the laboratory of Aristotle University, OET Technologies, which I told you before, Coatema, which is a company from Germany. So we have multinational entities in our organization.
Maybe at this event, what kind of frank conversations do you have with people? What is the goals that you are achieving here at the show?
I would like just to add also that this is an ecosystem with several innovations. It's an ecosystem very innovative with basic innovations. For example, the greenhouse and the car park, etc. All that are projects and are innovations which are applied in a big size. It's not only a demo project. So this is the ecosystem. Now, concerning our participation here, we are there to see, to meet people and firms in this exhibition, because there are a lot of firms, mainly from abroad. With them we can collaborate. We started to discuss with them and to see how we could collaborate in research and innovation projects, but also in other collaborations.
And in Hope A it says Hellenic, but it's not just Hellenic.
No, but it's based in Greece. So for that we called Hellenic. And the choice of the letters is explicitly to show that we hope that with these technologies, with these practices, with this ecosystem, we could progress in the domain of the innovations, but also in the domain of the environment, because the organic electronics are much more friendly than the other electronics concerning the environment and the climate change, etc., etc.
So when the politicians are saying they want something, then you show that there is a hope and there is a
Yes.
future that can be
Yes.
achieved if the efforts are put in one direction.
Yes, yes, and we have several projects for the future.
And is the future soon or later?
No, soon.
So it's possible to make these things in mass production quickly.
Yes, we can say, but you have to discuss with the firms which produce the products, etc. Yeah.
All right. So I hope you have a great show here. It's nice to see people in a real show, physical event.
Thank you
And,
very much.
And people can contact you on your social media, on your websites,
Okay.
and everything.
hopepay.com is our organization's
Yeah.
Cool.
website.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Thank you
Thanks.
very much.
And thanks everybody for watching. I'll put you in a break for a second.
So if it's not good, we can start again, or
Yeah, if it's no good,
you
we
cut.
try again.
You cut and
Yeah, but it will be great. Usually it's great.
this is
All right.
what
All right. So please introduce yourself.
Yeah, I am Christophe Defranou. I am R&D marketing manager for Semilab, and I work in Semilab now since a couple of years, since 2008, and I was before in another company, from a French company. So now I can introduce you a little about Semilab. Semilab is a company doing 100% of metrology tools, characterization system that can be applied to different kind of domain. We can show you here. So the first domain that where it is applied is of the photovoltaic industry and research also. We have also some lot of tools. Tools for the photovoltaic industry, like contamination, photoluminescence, resistivity. We have also the defects of visual inspection. We also do inline and offline characterization tools for this industry. And
What kind of photovoltaics we're talking about?
Yeah, we start. I mean, the company start with a silicon solar cell, with the silicon solar cell photovoltaic industry. It started in early 2000 with a hand top and tabletop system, and now we have completely renewed the product portfolio, and we have is available with fully automatic system that can you can put the silicon solar cell here, and at the end you get the sort of the performance of the solar cell. But now we have also a full bench of product tools also to characterize thin film also, like organic, perovskite, heterojunction cells that are here presented in this conference in Thessaloniki, of course. Besides this PV industry, we also have a lot of tools also from the R&D to the industry tools to the industry for the semiconductor industry. It means that we manufacture 200 and 300 millimeter platform to address the need of the metrology and characterization tool in a microelectronic fab. Besides that, this is today our main activity beside the PV industry, of course. Beside the semi and photovoltaic, we also address the flat panel display industry and domain. It is mainly, of course, in Asia, like China, Korea, and Japan, where this panel and TV are manufactured. So we manufacture very large tools, like this one you have in the picture here, where we have the TV are manufactured. And again, we have many different kind of metrology tools that can be installed on this platform.
So it's a tool that goes in a TV factory.
Yeah, exactly. It's a TV, or I mean, they also produce the screen from your phone. I mean, from the phone, from laptop, from the TV. They produce all this kind of panel, and we install some characterization platform like that. We have different metrology on the same tool here. And the last part would be is of course our research and development domain, where we also provide and propose many type of different characterization tools that are more for institute, for R&D lab, but also for the research of the industry of all this type here, of course. So we have here one of our main instruments for this R&D topics. This is spectroscopy ellipsometer. That is a tool that is optical characterization to measure the thin film thickness and optical properties. We have also AFM, atomic force microscope. We have nano notation. We have eddy current, and we have also mobility measurement by whole system. That we have here. This is one of the interesting tools that we propose now, which is a high sensitivity parallel dipole line hole measurement system. This is a quite new system in our company, where we can measure the mobility, sheet resistance, the carrier type and density of this semiconductor, 3-5 solar cell, TCO, which is transparent conductive oxide, and organic electronics.
So what are we looking at there? What are these things?
No, this is just a tool. I mean, this is a computer. Of course, this is a system. This system itself is here. you can just open the cover and put the sample here. And this is a quite interesting tool because we can really give a very interesting information on this brand new material like for organic electronics and perovskite, for example. So this is quite interesting one.
So what are people able to get? Like what kind of information? What is it useful for them to do?
It's mainly done for mobility and heat resistance and carrier type and density of this material here. Because now in perovskite, in organics, in TCO, we are not using any more silicon as we used to do for the transistor or for the solar cell. So we use very special material that we need to characterize, and this material have different characteristics, like in mobility and heat resistance. So it is more challenging to characterize and to measure this parameter. So we need to use brand new equipment and to develop new option and new feature to be able to measure this kind of material. And this is quite challenging to do that. Yeah. And that's one.
And what more you can talk about there?
Yeah, we can talk about this one because this one is also interesting. We propose a really large number of solution and feature to measure this hole-to-hole process and sheet-to-sheet process. We are here in a perovskite organic and conference here in Thessaloniki. So this is exactly the topic of the conference. We can characterize OPV, the organic PV, organic TFT, the LED, lighting and sensor, which are made by organic again, like I show you for the mobility. And we propose a quite nice large number of tools like electrometry that we have just talked about, the sheet resistance, Hall effect, Raman photoluminescence, and imaging amplifier. And this can be applied to the hole-to-hole. I mean, you have the hole is rolling here on. This is a OPV, it's organic PV solar cell, and you can measure directly here on the hole here, or you can measure on a sheet-to-sheet here. This is a flexible sheet of made of plastic, and on the top here you have some organic transistor, and you can measure the sheet resistance or the thickness here. So we can propose different platforms. This is all-to-all one. This is a mid-size platform to handle 300 by 400 millimeter substrate, up to much larger one. So we can really cover from the R&D to the pilot line and the industry also.
So do you have customers in all kinds of segments of the industry?
Yeah, we have customers in all kinds of industry. So if you can show here, just sorry. Yeah, this is a map. This is a map where we have our implementation. So you see the company. I forgot to tell you that the company is from Budapest. The headquarters of the company is located in Budapest, in Hungary. We have quite nice number of people in Europe, but we have a lot of people also in Asia, where we address the industry and the customer for semiconductor, for the flat panel, or for the PV also. In China, there was also a lot of Chinese customer working on PV, and we have also some company in USA, like in Boston and Lehighton and Tampa, where we manufacture also some tools and we distribute and also address some of the customer from USA here. And I would say the industry for semiconductor is spread between Asia and USA. The PV is still a little more in Asia also. But I have to say that for the organic and perovskite and this plastic electronics, Europe is quite well placed, and we have a quite nice bench of number of customers in Europe also for this.
Everybody wants to do PV.
Yeah, because this energy
is the biggest priority right now.
PV, yeah. I mean, today we share. I mean, as I told you, the main market is still semiconductor for us, but we always try to push the people who are doing PV and try to develop new type of PV, of course, because we know that the future is PV. Battery also, the battery is also one important market for us that we try to develop also.
So you do R&D.
We do R&D.
You don't just provide the machine for other people to do R&D.
We have a lot of people trying to develop new equipment, new tools every year. We develop and release new equipment, new options. We have a lot of people doing that. From the hardware, software, optical. We have optical lab to develop our new measurement head. We have software, of course, hardware. This is quite large company doing that. Yeah.
So if you can invent new kind of PV that uses your tools, then you sell more tools.
Sure, for sure. Yeah. But we always find some application. You see. This tool, if you can show, this tool was used before, which is a photoluminescence tool for wafer and cell expansion. So it was used only for silicon solar cell before. This was a like this on the standalone tool. We put the wafer here, and this was just a defect inspection of silicon solar cell. And now we use exactly the same techniques on the organic PV to measure the defect on the organic roll-to-roll. This is what we have installed here in Thessaloniki inside the Real Nano European project. We have installed one of these tools, which is one line. When we measure one line on the roll, and the roll is moving, and then we measure one line in real time, and then we can give some information on the effect. Here it is the wafer, but we can do kilometer and kilometer of image on the roll-to-roll of OPV.
When you do this kind of measurements, I guess it's important to not be impeding in the process speed and everything. You want everything to be smooth and fast and not slow down anything.
Yeah, sure. We need to have the same speed as the process. In fact, when the roll is moving, we need to be able to acquire, give the image, and give the possibility to the computer and the software to analyze and to give the feedback of the result. Because if the one part of the roll on the solar cell is bad, we need to be able to adjust and give some information. But now, as you guess, everything is linked. I mean, we link our tool to our main computer, we link our tool to another tool, and all the information are coming together on the host. This all information are managed and analyzed by one computer, and then you can decide if it stop the process, if adjust process, or still go.
And so I guess it means you have hardware acceleration, you have fast performance in there.
Yeah,
sometimes.
we need to have very fast performance. I can show you just this tool here. You see, on one of these tools here, we could analyze 5,700 wafer per hour.
Wow, so that sounds like a lot.
That's like a lot. That's like a lot. 5,000. It is two wafer per second.
And what are the wafers? What do they have on them?
This is a solar cell, silicon solar
cell.
Yeah, solar cell. So we need to very, very fast. Everything is going so fast on the belt here. You see on the belt, and then we need to analyze. We need to acquire, analyze, and give information. And at the end of the belt here, it need to be sorted. You have the good one, the middle one, and the bad one. We need to be very fast.
That's you making the quality control.
We make quality control and the sorting. But the customer tells us, okay, we want to be able to sort this type of solar cell here. This has to be considered the good one. This has to be considered the middle one, and this is the low
A,
spec
B, and C.
Yes,
quality.
exactly. But the
and
customer
you can sell all three to three different customers.
Exactly. But not we, but the customer. Customer is but we just sell equipment.
Is it just photos and microscopes and stuff like that?
No, this is electrical characterization.
A whole bunch of different things.
This is a whole bunch of different things. Yes, this is electrical characterization, thickness. I mean, imagine if you have some scratch here. If the wafer has some scratch here, you see, have some scratch. So this can be completely going to the trash. Okay. If you have some line here by visual inspection, it also goes to the trash. So we need to analyze the performance, the many different things, and at the end, we need to decide what we are doing or not.
What's this machine, for example?
Now, this machine is other tool, which is ellipsometer, spectroscopic ellipsometer. So this machine can be used for many different applications. It can be used. The purpose of this machine is to measure the thickness of the thin film. For example, when you have thin film solar cell, you have the substrate, and then you have many different layers. And this machine is measuring the thickness and optical properties. And the quality of the solar cell and the end product is really depending on what you have on this device here. So we have this is optical techniques. We send the beam on the sample. It's reflecting, and then we can, by the change of polarization, we can measure the properties, the optical properties.
And actually, you have a whole bunch of different products you can show, right?
Yeah, sure. This one is a middle platform, which is IC2100. This is a middle side platform. You can embed it inside here. You can have different type of measure. You can have ellipsometry, you can have reflectometer, non-contact shoot resistance, and other optical techniques here. So it means that you don't need to have multiple tools, but you can have all this metrology head embedded on the same platform. So you can just move the sample under the measurement head that you want to use. So you can pass from ellipsometry to sheet resistance. You don't need to go to another tool. So it can be completely automatic.
What is a sheet resistance?
Sheet resistance. This is a resistance. I mean, if you want to have your material be very conductive, so very fast, for example, that the electron is going very fast in the material, you need to have a very low sheet resistance. If you have a high sheet resistance, the speed of the device is very slow. So this is just to summarize, but this is So and it is linked to the mobility. It is linked to all electrical parameters. But we need to characterize all this picture in a solar cell, in semiconductor, in all these device, electronic device. Most of the time we need to measure sheet resistance of the material.
And when people make new innovative products that use roll-to-roll and sheet-to-sheet and all that, there is a lot of graduation in terms of the quality. It's not a stable output sometimes. So it's crucial to be able to go in and measure what's good, what's A, B, C.
Sure. Yes, exactly. Yeah, as I told you, for the solar cell here, we do also the same thing for the for the semiconductor, like for the wafer that you have here, for the platform here. People are measuring on the wafer, on the die, and they say, okay, this one is good, this one is not good, but here there is no level, I would say, like in the solar cell. Here it is good or not. So you say go or not go. This is the way they do for the semiconductor, because the performance cannot be half or not so good. So we need to have a good or not good.
I guess your machines are very professional, very kind of like expensive for big labs to buy, universities.
Yeah.
Or do you also have stuff for startups? Is there a scale of different things?
Yes, we have different things. I just show you briefly. So we have this one is I just show you for this ellipsometer product range. So we have this one is a tabletop one. This one is a tabletop one for university and lab, which is I would say the low-cost tools that we have for these techniques. And this one is more the high-end for the more, this is more expensive but more powerful, of course. And this one is another platform which is even higher-end. Okay, so we see we have really a full bench, full product range of tools, and this is not only for ellipsometer. We can really show that for all the kind of techniques and characterization tools.
So for little R&D, startups, students, all the way to mass production.
Yes, exactly.
All the way to the companies that make billions of things.
Exactly. From the really.
You're there.
Yeah, from the really, tabletop or hand tools to the fully automatic one. That's right.
And you have a lot of competitors, or you're like the world leader? And
No, we have a lot of competitors, of course. And the thing is that we have a lot of competitors in every field, of course. In optical characterization, in electrical, in tabletop, in R&D, and industry. We need to compete with a lot of competitors from everywhere in the world. Yeah, for sure.
So that pushes your R&D department to just keep pushing things forward and bring new products all the time.
Exactly, that push us to make even every year better and better. But we also have, in Semilab, we also have the politics to, when we want a new technique, we can also buy it. It means that we also buy a company where we can buy the company, buy the techniques and have in the Semilab. So for example, myself, I'm coming from the small company which was in France, which was Sopra, and we are producing this ellipsometer. And 12 years ago, 14 years ago, Semilab wanted to diverse its activity. There were electrical characterization metrology equipment, and they wanted to do optical metrology because they wanted to have a new bench of product. And so they buy our company, and we are now, since 14 years, embedded in Semilab.
All right.
Okay.
And so you have some conversations here with all kinds of universities, companies.
Yeah, we are exchanging with people here. We know the Thessaloniki lab and company here since quite a long time. We have been working with them since a couple of years now, but we know the people since quite a long time. Yeah.
All right. And people can contact you in every country in the world.
Yeah, they can contact us everywhere. Yeah, they can contact me in Europe, in France, but of course they can find the website. They can find the contact of the company from every country in the world.
Cool. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Right, I'll put you in the break right here. For minutes. Okay, so please introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Athina Proiou. I am the coordinator of the NanoExplore EU project, which deals with the assessment and the determination of the health effects due to exposure to nanomaterials, and specifically to engineered nanomaterials.
So, who's part of the NanoExplore? Is it a company or an organization, or?
Yeah, actually NanoExplore is a project with 8 participants from 7 EU countries, along with Switzerland, and we are a partnership of people coming from SMEs, universities, as well as from research institutes and governmental authorities. So we have in the partnership, in the consortium, we have the University of Torino, the University of Lausanne, the Research Institute of Itene in Spain, SMEs like the Yordas Group in Germany and in the UK, Alcon Consulting Engineers, who are the coordinators, and I am the coordinator of NanoExplore in Greece, Athens, and also NECA, which is a governmental organization in Greece under the auspices of the Greek Ministry for the Environment, responsible for environment, air quality and climate change.
So how do you explore the nano? How do you make these nano? How does it happen?
Yeah. So our idea here is that you see around you have very important applications with nanomaterials, new devices or products and methodologies. So you can see that in the last decades we have had a tremendous increase in the use and production of nanomaterials. We wonder thus which might be the impact of all these materials on the environment as well as on human health. So our approach is a holistic approach, which includes at the same time a new device, a novel device for monitoring engineered nanomaterials in urban areas as well as in working places, and on the other side to monitor the health impact through biomonitoring studies, novel biomonitoring studies. The idea is to produce a new protocol in order to conduct this kind of studies and to find out which are the potential health impacts on people working in facilities and dealing with ENMs, or people living and working in urban areas with hot traffic spots, for example. This is the main idea.
So you're showing a machine here, for example. What are you talking about here at the Nanotexnology conference?
So what we do here is that we essentially complement what all the other people are doing. I mean, they deal with nanomaterials and we deal with nanomaterials, but from the environmental point of view and from the the health impact, the medical point of view, let's say, for people who have been exposed to nanomaterials. Because of course these nanomaterials are very important for economy, for health, because they are used also in health medical devices and treatments also. However, we have to study also the potential impact when we deal with this kind of nanomaterials, when we are exposed to nanomaterials.
It's supposedly maybe also in some vaccines that happened recently.
Yeah, but it is what we look here in NanoExplore is how the nanomaterials which are inhaled and they are going into our respiratory system, how they can alter, let's say, our health level on or they can cause some health issues, for example, cardiovascular, oxidative stress, and so on.
So there are issues you detect?
It seems that in some cases, when we have people who are highly exposed to nanomaterials, they can have this kind of acute effects on cardiovascular system and even in terms of oxidative stress. Yes, these results are going to be presented in this conference on Friday.
And what do we see here?
Yes, Pavla, you might want to present this device.
Please introduce yourself.
Okay. I'm Pavla Dohanisheva. I come from Ramem, a Spanish company, which has developed this monitor of air quality. So we have integrated here several sensors. One is for measurement of ultra-fine particles up to 300 nanometer, and other is from 300 nanometer to 10 micrometers. And we also can collect particles on filters or TM grades for posterior analysis to get chemical composition or for microscopic analysis of the particles. This instrument has special software with some features which enable to assess the exposure. So here are traffic light indicator, which indicates the exposure level of the concentration of nanoparticles and also of other parameters. This instrument can be used for exposure measurement, so you have you can distinguish between the type of measurement you are doing. There are some disturbing event, so you can mark this data and exclude you from the measurement. This instrument is portable. It's in the form of a suitcase, and the objective of the design is to get can carry this device to the companies and measure the exposition of employees working with nanomaterial. This instrument will be placed in outer enclosure and also to be used it for environmental measurement, and this enclosure is climatized, covered with solar panel, and so you can also do with the same instrument ambient measurements. The software is was to be done to be user friendly, so we have a pop-up menu, and we can configure it for the use. Also it permits automatic measurement when you can schedule the measurement and when you are not able to be with the instrument. And for this case, we also developed the remote control of this. And I pass the board to my colleague.
You want to introduce?
Yeah. Hello, my name is Ekaterini Maria Zargiani. I'm a member in Nano Explorer project, one of the partners, representing NECA, Natural Environment and Climate Change Agency. Here you can find the panel we can use when we have remote control the device. We have the home screen. We can see the PM categories, and if the set of thresholds that you also see on the device, so it's the same panel. And for example, you can be in Spain and you can check and control the device remotely from Greece, for example. And you can, here is the menu, and you can find your data. You can have some information on the device operation. If there's something wrong, you can see what is, if there is any fault. In the advanced panel, you can set your thresholds, and you can name the file, and also set the place you, some information on the place you are measuring. And beside this device and the remote control, we can also make another renovation. Sorry, no. This is the form of data, and we have already a web-based platform in the framework of NanoExplore project. With the use of this platform, you can see your data, you can input your data inside, and not only data from this device, but with other measurement device. So you can have graphs. You can see, for example, here a map around the world. Okay. For example, here there are some measurements that we have uploaded in the platform. You can have the number of the last measurement, the mean and max, and other descriptive statistics. And you can also, for example, just give me a second, have data analysis measurements. You can have immediately the graph of your measurement that you can choose with the date, the name of the date, with the time period, and you can have the moving average that according to the law there are some specific limits. So you can set it, and you have immediately have all the descriptive statistics, and you can also collaborate with other scientists, and if you wish, you can show your measurements and send them to them. So there are many, a lot of features you can use.
The PM numbers are what people talk about when there is pollution, and forest fires and all kinds of stuff like that. So that's what you measure.
Yeah,
this machine can measure.
Yes, particles that are even coarse or fine or ultra fine. You can have these particle matters. Actually, most of time the damage that you probably have in your health is the ultrafine particles responsible. However, that's we're studying here what are the health effects, and we're trying to set some values, and that's why we set the harmonized protocol for that with the biomonitoring studies.
All right. When you have a machine like this, what are the sensors on the box?
Sensors are inside. They are like here. So here on the side we can see the inlets of the sensor. So they have a pump.
Some machines outside.
Inside, everything is inside. They are sensor with their pumps, and they are sucking the air, and it passes through the system of the sensor, and they are detecting the particles.
Is it a special way to detect with this machine, or there's many other machines to detect the PM levels and everything?
Okay, this sensor, there are two for PM. It's an optical particle sensor, which is for instrumentally one of the common way to measure PM. So over 300 nanometer to 10 microns, but normally, traditionally, it's measured on the filters. So you pass air with particles through filters, and then you weight them. And this in last years, so it's instrumentalization of this measurement to do it optically. And the novelty in this measurement is the ultrafine particle sensor, which there exist on the market. There exist several types of nanoparticle sensors, but small and without working liquid, and for easy use is this one of few. And this system is unique that integrates these three types of measurements. So you have just one file with all your data and not several devices, and when you just take your suitcase and go wherever to the field, wherever you need it, and to put, and so we call it all-in-one device.
Do you have many customers for this?
We are starting, and so we want first to go to the organization which control the safety and health, which are doing the control in the companies dealing with the dangerous materials. And but there is problem with nanomaterials because there are no normative, and so the companies are not forced to measure it, but their employees can be seriously affected by these particles. So we want to promote it and to get the people to understand that it's important to measure it.
So do you have conversations here with like policymakers, politicians, or universities, or companies, or?
Yes. Yeah, we're going to. It's the first day. We're going to discuss our project, and but it's the first day of NanoExplore conference. But our aim is to make it clear what's the operation of the device and how it will help and improve our knowledge and fill the gaps that we still have on that field.
I guess it's a big priority for many politicians to improve the air and all of the world, not just in Spain, not just in Greece, not just in China. They're very interested in this, right? Do you have customers there?
Well,
you have people,
with China, it's difficult. I think it's the most difficult because there is definitely necessity to improve this, but the industry doesn't want it because about changing normative and the rules in nanofield. We have heard 15 years ago or many years ago, but nothing has changed. So our belief that there is some industrial lobby who doesn't want these changes because it significates the lot of cost, additional cost, and maybe some reduction of production efficiency, and so. If we don't know about it, it doesn't exist.
But there's a lot of talk about it everywhere.
Yes, but nothing changed. Yes.
Always say that they want better air.
Yeah, they want
safety,
it, but
and they want control of what's happening?
Yes, yes, but we haven't seen the changes in this
In Europe?
normative yet, but we hope it will change
And
soon.
then there will be a need for a lot of suitcases.
Yes, that
And a lot of people will use your web platform
Yeah.
we hope.
We
and
hope
join
so.
the
Yeah.
organization.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. In order to take some decision, you need to have some measurements.
Yes.
So we can measure. You can make it known our project and our device and platform in order to convince that the necessity of take some measurement.
When I drive my car with the petrol inside, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's nano stuff that comes out of it.
of course.
It's all is nano.
There are all types of particles and hazardous compounds, volatile compounds, and nanoparticles. There are lot of dangerous stuff in the
So we need to
petrol
see where it
emissions.
goes. We need to measure it.
Yeah,
everywhere.
we need to measure it because it depends on this chemical composition of the size of particles and also the atmosphere. If there is a lot of wind or if it rains, and so it's a really complex problem. The control of emission from
And
cars,
there's also
from
all
everything.
the factories, the industry.
Yes.
They do another kind of nano in the air.
Yeah, all combustion processes produced nanoparticles, and
Alright.
not only nanoprocesses.
And it could actually be a worse problem than global warming. Some people say, oh, it could be related, but
This
when
is
you talk
related.
about-
It actually is related. Atmosphere is not a glass, it's not a box. It's a system. So when you do something, when you burn, when you drive your car, all these combustion pollutants, combusted pollutants emit in the air. So with the air circulation system and the water cycle also, it's combined, and it's one system with.
when they talk about CO2, that's just one of the things. There's so many other things that comes out of it, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
there are a lot of reactions in the atmosphere, photochemical reactions. So the light of the sun also play a significant role. Secondary organic aerosols also play significant roles, and all this probably has health effects on our health. So that's why we are interested in that part, on health, on human health, and then the environment
Yeah.
also.
Cool.
And
All right.
maybe these combustion processes and this if you drive the car, the effect is maybe more immediate or maybe stronger than the effect on the environmental system. But because if you breathe lot of nanoparticles, so it's like smokers. If you smoke, so you have the probability to get lung cancer is much higher, and the same if you live in the highly polluted city, the same. So the effect is much more rapid, quick, and maybe stronger for personally. But the environmental is for the system all, and maybe it can take years or decades of but the smoking,
It could be like one way to speed things up if you can show the politician. But it's been talked about for many years, right? But maybe there's new science on this. If you can show that how much it damages people in the city,
Yeah.
then they will make it even faster priority, and that will help everything else at the same time, and we can just switch to electric cars. But then they maybe also emit something weird. I don't know.
Yeah, and also you have to produce the electricity, and the sources are limited. And if you use combustion for electricity production,
gas?
so it's the same problem. So it's really complex problem, and this is our grain of the sand in it.
All right, cool. All right, thanks a lot. So
Okay.
people can contact you if they.
Yeah, of course.
You can find here on our site www.lifenanoexplore.eu all the information for the NanoExplore project.
All right,
Okay.
cool. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very much.
Thank you very much.
So please introduce yourself.
Yeah, so my name is Andreas Offenhäuser. I'm head of the Institute of Bioelectronics. It's a Forschungszentrum Jülich in Germany. Forschungszentrum Jülich in Germany is funded by the Helmholtz Association in Germany, and we are working on the coupling of biological systems with electronic devices.
And what were you talking about at your presentation?
So today I was talking about the use of nano tools to enhance the coupling of the electrical signals of neurons to electronic devices like metal electrodes, so microelectrode arrays, and so on.
So does that mean you're connecting the brain to a computer?
Oh, this is the final goal, but of course we are not there, and so we are working mostly on in vitro systems. So that means systems which are cultured in the dish in the lab, and we are mostly not using these experiments for in vivo studies, even we do so. So we do experiments with living tissue or with also with living animals.
Does a neuron just work like plus minus, like you just connect some power and it works, or how does it work?
Yes and no. So in principle, the action potential of a neuron is a signal which can be seen as a let's say as a spike. So in this case, it would mean it's a little bit like a plus and minus, or an on and an off. But in principle, it's an analog signal. So, for instance, if a signal is coming from a postsynaptic neuron from a presynaptic neuron onto a postsynaptic neuron, then of course it's a postsynaptic signal, and this is a very small signal, and this is an analog signal. So, yes, it is a kind of a binary signal, but especially if you look into synaptic signals, they are more analog signals.
And when you get into the brain, you just need higher resolution, and it works?
Oh, no. A lot of things have to be solved. So first of all, it has to be compatible with the brain. So that means only a few materials are allowed, which go into the living body, in the human body. Then it has to withstand the body fluids for a long time, otherwise it gets dissolved very quickly. And so there are many things to be solved. And in addition, it does not need to lead to a body reaction, so a scar formation, then, because otherwise the complete device is shielded and it's useless. So many things to do, and I think a long way to go.
So I've heard of two brain computer interfaces. The one Elon Musk is talking about, he wants to make a hole and put some stuff inside the brain. And there's an open water I've heard of that's using light and kind of like holograms and stuff like that, and they can read what's going on, stuff like that with refraction. But what is the goal of what you're working on? What are you trying to do?
So we work more on the fundamentals, so on the how to interface neurons with devices. But of course, at the end, this should be used for understanding the brain. So still, I think the brain is a mystery, and to better understand how the brain is working, one really needs to understand how the signals in the brain are created, communicated, and transferred. And to doing so, one needs methods which allow us to study these signals. So either if you go for a better understanding of the brain, or if you go for, let's say, creating devices to help people which have, let's say, which are injured and cannot use the legs anymore, and so on. I think whatever you do, I think you need to improve the devices and to improve the coupling of the devices to the neurons.
When I heard Mary-Lou Jepsen talk about some studies she saw, maybe it was from 10 years ago, where people were watching YouTube videos and then they could just think about something and the computer could recreate the video just based on what they were thinking. So basically you could think about your passed away family member, and then your children will actually get an idea of how they were. And it sounds like it's just a question of seeing what the brain is doing in high resolution, and it's like an MRI or something like that. But is that something different, or you're talking about something like that?
No, I'm talking something different, because I think with an MRI you typically record very large ensembles of neurons. So you talk about activities in brain areas, but I don't think that this is enough to really understand how the brain is working. I think you have to go to, ideally, onto the single neuron level. And to do this, you need better devices. You need better electrodes.
How do you connect?
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned this today in my talk. So connecting to single neurons by nano tools is possible, but of course we have to see if this is also working in vivo. We haven't done this so far. We can test this, but I think these are the points to be solved. Yeah.
So there's some nano system that you kind of like inject in there or touch it to the...
Yeah. So
you do that in vitro?
Now we do it in vitro, so we connect neurons in vitro to our devices, and this works very nicely. But of course, it has not been tested so far in vivo.
How do you get neurons in vitro to be like acting like they should in vivo?
Okay. So neurons can be cultured. So typically you prepare cultures of neurons by dissecting embryonic neurons, for instance, mouse brain or rat brains. One can also go to stem cells as an alternative way. So one can use iPSC cells to create neuron-like structures. So there are many possibilities. So there are, let's say, a very large variety of model systems for in vitro neuroscience studies, and we use a couple of them.
How far are we from actually,
understanding
the whole thing happening in vivo?
Okay.
And are we talking about Terminator? What are we? What is happening? What is the next step, and how far is the next step?
Oh, there are many next steps. I think one next step is biocompatibility of these implants. So most of the implants are only used for short term or maybe a couple of months. So I think the devices need to be more stable, so that people are willing to get them implanted. I mean, nobody is doing this operation for, let's say, half a year or a couple of months. So this is the one thing. On the other side, we have to get better resolution from the neurons. So getting close to single cell resolution from neurons. I mean, this is a far-term goal.
There's one comment right here. Sounds like the tech assists in pushing muscle impulses to external devices. Is it? Are you pushing muscles, getting them impulses by devices, or you just reading?
Reading. Mostly
what's going on?
Mostly reading. So reading the signals from neurons.
Does it make sense to do the other way too?
Of course. I mean, especially if you think about implants, then the other way is very interesting. So, for instance, if you think about let's say, people losing their vision or their hearing, then of course you need to get the input. Then input is also very important. Like visual either in the visual cortex or in the retina, or in the cochlea or the cortex for hearing.
How far are we in science and knowing and understanding neurons You think we know a lot, we just need to start experimenting with it? Or there's so much we don't know, and how do we get to know more?
So I think we know already quite a lot, and I think this knowledge is maybe also a little bit diverse because it is spread a little bit between disciplines. But I think we still need to improve technologies to further advance our understanding. I think advancing understanding was always connected to advancing technology, and I think this is also, or this needs also be here in this case in the neuroscience area.
And is enough being done in Europe? Or so much more needs to be done, and how do you get more done?
Okay,
the students are there, they are interested to work on this stuff, right?
Yeah, so in Europe I think we missed a little bit the chance what the US did. So they had this brain project in US, and from this brain project many new devices were developed and new approaches were developed to interface with the brain. In Neuron we focused more on data science, it's more computational neuroscience. This is also important, but I guess we missed a little bit the chance to go also into the direction of experimental neuroscience.
But things are moving now. You're at the conference, you're interacting with decision makers, you're having a lot of conferences, or many people are watching what you talk about, or what would you say? Not just yourself, but in the ecosystem.
The ecosystem, I would say Europe is still focusing more on numerical neuroscience rather than on these experimental approaches like the US is doing. So I would say a more balanced approach would be better, and one has to convince, let's say, decision makers, EU policy, to let's say convince people that a balanced approach is a better approach.
We can't let those Americans be the brain. We tend to think that we are smarter than them, right, in Europe. So we should be the brain.
Okay. Hopefully.
Okay. Hopefully. All right. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. And we did a video yesterday.
Yes.
And you have some ideas to speak some more about.
The reason I like to go on this discussion because I like to make a correlation between the freeze drying process and nanotechnology. And there have been a lot of discussions what we do and what can we do for nanotechnology. And what is real is that the governments worldwide spent more money on nanotechnology in the past years than in the Apollo project. The spending trend is still going upwards. Drying is an indispensable operation in the fabrication of nano-sized materials. Hence, it is no surprise to find a large number of papers published in the past decade on drying and nano-related materials. Freeze drying was found application in production on nanoparticles for electrochemical, environmental, engineered materials and pharmaceutical industries. The retention of the homogeneous properties typically found in a solution, the small size of particles produced and the long shelf life obtained for pharmaceutical applications are the primary reasons for choosing freeze drying. The relatively cheap operation cost compared to the supercritical fluid extraction is another reason. Freezing was found to be a very important step in obtaining desired particle size and properties. Primary drying of solvent sublimation should be carried out at a temperature below the collapse temperature. Cryoprotectants are frequently necessary in preserving the original properties of active pharmaceutical ingredients. Spray freezing into fluid was found to be an optimal operation in order to minimize the air liquid interfacial loss of bioactivity. A continuous freeze-drying process for production of granules of non-particles would be in demand, a dream that freeze-drying researchers have had for over a decade. This freeze-drying may be carried out under vacuum or at atmospheric pressure using proper gases. Freeze-drying is commonly used in nanoscience and nanotechnologies, rapid tests, biological and clinical applications, diagnostics, nanofood, nanomedicine are some of the subjects commonly used freeze-drying process. In other words, whenever nanotechnology is found, freeze-drying has become a vital processing tool. All this is something which made freeze-drying very important tool for the pharmaceutical industry. All these high technology industries, they produce special products. Our company is producing freeze dryers from a very small size for laboratory use to big scale of equipment for industrial products. We cover everything, and we cover companies all over the world.
And we can remind people the name of your company.
The company is called Superco Engineering, and all the products are named Gellert. They are coming in the market with the name Gellert.
So you re-emphasize the importance and the connection with the nanotechnology field.
Definitely.
And how it's
definitely
interesting for everybody here.
Definitely. For these people, they are working on nanotechnology. is a very important tool. And I have mentioned this to all these, let's say, responsible persons who created this Congress. In fact, freeze drying process is not concentrated in nanotechnology, it's concentrated in many fields like food industry, medicine, pharmaceutical industry and so on. So it has a big variety of applications.
And when you master this, you achieve more in this industry and many other industries.
Yes, of
You
course.
know how to freeze dry, and you do it perfectly, and you have a good quality hardware to make it happen.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. I explained you yesterday the whole process. It's not necessary to go back to details now, but as I told you, that this is a very important tool which makes the product coming out of freeze drying process has a very long life.
So you were mentioning yesterday you have a whole bunch of other stuff that you want to talk about. Are they totally unrelated? Or?
They are totally unrelated, and I would like to go back on such a discussion with another opportunity that we meet together and explain a lot of other things. So at the moment I would like to concentrate technically on this Congress and only in this Congress.
All right.
Yes.
So the discussions continue.
Yes.
And with all the people, the attendees here.
Yes.
And tonight is a gala dinner.
Yes.
There's going to be even more discussions happening.
I hope that I'll be able to explain more things to all those they are interested to listen what we are doing, in fact.
All right. And I guess your roadmap has a bunch of future next-gen products.
Definitely, yes. We have an upgoing research and development. We have invested a lot of money in research and development and in machinery, and I guess our deep knowledge on this subject will give in the very near future absolutely top quality products.
Enable things people haven't thought of before.
Yes. We are in a process now to commercialize a top product, which of course I cannot right now give it on the air, but it will be a revolution, really.
Revolution.
Yes.
So you are an important part of the industry.
I think so. I think so. And what means industry, and what means industrial production, and what means, let's say, quality production. I've learned it in all these years. I'm as a businessman, as an engineer, working in all over Europe, and this was, let's say, the key point that we placed quality in the production on the first level.
All right, cool. So I'll add this to your video from yesterday. We can put them together.
Thank you very much.
Cool, thanks a lot.
Was it okay?
Yeah, it was great. Okay.
You close
I'll
it?
put you in a break in the chat for 1
Yes.
minute. Okay, right there. I tried to find some people to be interviewed. Sorry if you're waiting and looking through this video. In the next 20 minutes, there will be some presentations right here, and I'll connect the sound so you can get that on. So I'll just keep on the pause screen right now, and if I can find somebody more to interview, they'll be jumping in between. Otherwise, it'll be around 20-25 minutes until the show continues. Sorry about the wait. Have fun waiting.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to Nanotechnology 2022, the 19th International Conferences and Exhibition on Nanoscience, Nanotechnologies, Organic Electronics and Nanomedicine. Today we have this plenary session. The first we have some presentation, introductory presentation about the conference, and then the greetings from authorities, and we follow with three distinguished professors who present the three lectures, and after the ending you will have the gala dinner at Porto Palace here in this building in the roof garden, the official dinner where all of you and all people participating in these conferences and schools of this conference. So I would like to bring to your attention the wishes and greetings of our President of Hellenic Republic, Mrs. Katerina Sakeropoulou, and also in the opening remarks you will have all the officials. You wait also to see our Deputy Minister of Interior. But let's start with the introduction of this event. This event actually runs in parallel in live, on site, in person, but also virtual. Actually runs two conferences in parallel. The last 3 years, since 2020, since March to 2020, we decided to run these conferences on site and virtual. Because at that time you have the ability to have with us to make some experiments the previous years, this platform, the AlphaView platform, which is the platform of Minister, the AlphaView platform, which developed from the Greek people, Dr. Fostiropoulos, Konstantinos, who is somewhere there, Konstantine, and his brother Nikos Fostiropoulos in Germany. They used previous years in experiments either here in this conference or in nanoscience, nanotechnology master degree at Aristotle University. And then the idea from Konstantinos Fostiropoulos over there, it was to use it as a platform in running the virtual conference. So we decided in March, in the beginning of the pandemic 2020, to run the conference in both modes, live and virtual. Just to give you some numbers since then, 2020, how things change. For example, you can see here in this example, this graph, how changed the numbers of participants, at least in percentage, from 2020, 2022, 2020. The blue one is the participants on site, and you can see that actually this year are more than twice in percentage than the previous year, and how reduce this one. We hope the next year this number to reduce, but as you discussed already with other people, you believe that due to the new tools discovered or applied the last few years, they will give us the possibility, people who it was impossible to participate in virtual mode, to participate the next year. So in this plenary session, our three distinguished professors will give the lectures after the greetings. Just to remind you that the annual event of this annual event explore the opportunities and solutions in the emerging fields of nanotechnologies, organic electronics, and nanomedicine, and contribute to green, digital, decarbonized industry and smart society. So this is are the 5-6 different events which run in parallel, but I will say a few words in a few minutes in more detail. So nanotechnology, it's not a simple something which works on dimension, on nano dimensions, but is an area of interdisciplinary and polythematic area with numerous applications nowadays, products and solutions in all industries, actually, in all economic sectors, and of course in the society. Just to remind you that it's not only physics, chemistry, biology, which converged initially in order to give the first results in 2000, almost in 2000, but today all the disciplines are involved in this revolution, let's say, and using the principles and the laws of nanotechnology or the ways of working, we have the results in all fields of science, technology, innovation, products, industry, society, and economy. The numbers, for example, the nanotechnology market with almost $6 trillion in 2021 and expected to be more than 7 trillion this year, as well as the number of new companies, startups, spin-off, or SMEs companies, is this which refer to impact of nanotechnologies to our society. And of course you understand that those who already use or they have make the applications are those who have all this market, this product and this richness. No, just coming back now to this multi-event. The multi-event involves 3 international conferences, starting from the classical one on nanoelectronics, on talking about inorganic semiconductors, this technology, initially electronic, microelectronics, and now the nanoelectronics, going to, and based on inorganic semiconductors, you move to organic semiconductors. The Nobel Prize is given 2000 with the second conference, which is on organic, printed, and flexible electronics. The third conference is the continuation related with 3D printing and bioprinting, and of course all these events go together with the schools. 3 schools run in parallel and started last Saturday. We have more than 65 students this year, and in parallel within this area you can see also the exhibition. More than 40 exhibitors are involved together with a matchmaking event will take place tomorrow during the day. So in a few words, you can see here the first workshop, the first conference, the nanotechnologies, nanoscience conference, involves 5 well-established workshops. The first one is on the classical inorganic materials, the nanoelectronics, let's say. The second related to both organic, inorganic materials, nanobiomaterials, and polymers. The third works on a new field where nanotechnology and modern biology brings which related to the health, to medicine, nanomedicine. The fourth is the new field which is related to sensors, biosensors and bioelectronics, and the fifth with graphene and related materials, the 2-dimensional materials actually. So moving to the second conference, which is related to mostly to organic semiconductors, you see the conferences on materials, organic and photovoltaics and perovskites, the third generation of photovoltaics actually, OLEDs, transistors and sensors, all printed, the Internet of Things and the wearables, together with a number of new special conferences. For example, agrivoltaics is a new era, the workshop on open innovation standardization, and the computation modeling and other workshops. And finally, the third conference, which deals with 3D printing and bioprinting and artificial intelligence and additive manufacturing. So, as I mentioned previously, also special workshops. One of these, which started this year, is the agrivoltaics, will take place during Thursday afternoon, and the schools, 3 schools, which run in parallel, started in lectures on last Saturday, Sunday, and will finalize next Saturday. So the expo with 40 exhibitors, and this matchmaking event where you talk about people participate talk about the technology transfer from academia, research to industry. Many thanks to all plenary, keynote, and invited speakers. More than 150 from 65 countries are participated in this conference. Many greetings and thanks to our ministries, 5 ministries which support us, and of course to all sponsors and exhibitors. And now, as I started in the beginning, I would like to bring the official greetings for our President of the Hellenic Republic, Ms. Katerina Sakeropoulou, and I would also like to ask our Minister of Interior for Macedonia and Thrace, Mr. Stavros Kalafatis, who is a representative of the presidency of the Greek government, to give a short speech and to welcome you here in Thessaloniki in this conference. Please, Mr. Kalafatis, thank you for coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, the public and private sector are already moving into the new world that is emerging, and it is digital. We are living in the era of the fourth industrial revolution, the era of Industry 4.0, of new technologies and great challenges. Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis has set the digital transformation of the country as one of the government's priorities on one hand, and on the other hand, supporting the digital transition of the private sector, research and innovation, aiming to create new or substantially improved products, processes and services. In this process, Thessaloniki can take the lead to win over the world that is ahead. And it is already taking important steps. It is Thessaloniki, Macedonia and Thrace, the regions where innovation giants have chosen to invest. It is Thessaloniki, where under the umbrella of the Macedonia-Thrace sector of the Ministry of Interior, the Alexandria Innovation Zone is already operating with a very important role as a coordinator and accelerator of innovative ideas and projects. It is Northern Greece that has a unique human capital thanks to its higher educational institutions. We are working constantly and optimistically in this direction. The government, universities and the business world are joining forces to bring tomorrow closer. That is why we support efforts like yours. We see nanotechnology as a national effort and an opportunity to showcase innovations new technologies, scientific and technological achievements, and new entrepreneurship. Thanks to the LTFN, Nanotechnology Laboratory of the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, and the HOPE, Association of Nanotechnology Companies, science and the labor market are paired, and researchers, scientists and entrepreneurs from the fields of nanotechnologies, energy and digital innovation from every corner of the world, from 65 countries, come together. We look forward to your ideas that generate the new, the different, the best. I wish you every success in the works of your Poly Conference. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy your stay here in Thessaloniki. Thank you very much.
Now you have greetings. Mr. Ioannis, Sarikiotis, member of Greek Parliament and a representative of President of Syriza Progressive Alliance, are ready to
on behalf of the former Prime Minister and President of Syriza Progressive Alliance, Mr. Alexis Tsipras, allow me to express his gratitude for the honorable invitation to this highly esteemed conference in terms of its contribution to scientific dialogue and the evolution of future technologies, as well as their added value to innovation. In addition, let me thank you for giving us the opportunity to present a limited framework of Syriza Progressive Alliance positioning already reported in public dialogue. Via these positions, it is given emphasis on the need for expenditures rise for research and innovation, the focus on sectors such as humanities and social science, the development of technological ecosystems of open source hardware within the country, enterprises, research centers, etc., the investment to our country's new and highly educated human capital. The field of nanotechnology, among others, could contribute into the management and the dealing with major challenges, such as public health crisis. Its contribution became obvious during the pandemic, and I am sure that it could successfully do this again in the future. There is only one condition for that. The political system, the research community, as well as other intervening entities should pay the necessary attention in order this field to become the axial variable of the country's defense mechanism, able to deter any threat of such kind. To this aim, the contribution of the Nanotechnology Lab, LTFN, of Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, directed by the president of HOPE, Mr. Sterios Logothetidis, and his team, is decisive. The aforementioned lab coordinates a series of relative European programs, as it happened in the case of the pandemic with real nano and flex function to sustain, with which it is a core partner. It is worth to remind the proposal and the approval of use case by the Directorate General for Research and Innovation of the European Commission within the framework of antivirus surfaces, development on flexible plastic beddings, strengthening in parallel the interconnection with other European open innovation ecosystems specialized at biomedical technology, while the research participation to International Congress LOPEC 2022 in München is also worth to be underlined. Please let me conclude referring to published studies and relevant reports estimating the cost of brain drain having taken place in Greece up until 2016 to 15.3 billion euros. This is a national problem which we made efforts to counter during the Syriza government via well-structured measures such as the establishment of the Hellenic Foundation for Research and Innovation, the introduction of the programs Research, Create, Innovate, and Equifund, aiming to the development and implementation of works referring to technological applications related with the fourth industrial revolution, such as nanotechnology, protonics, biomedicine, advanced materials, computer science, and mainly artificial intelligence. Having shared these thoughts with you, I would like to thank you again for this honorable invitation of the party of Syriza Progressive Alliance, its president, Mr. Alexis Tsipras, and me as the head of research and technology sector in our political entity, saluting the start of the international multi-event Nanotechnology 2022 and congratulating warmly its hosts and the participants. I wish this event to reach productive and fruitful conclusions, contributing to the shaping of all those necessary decisions and the promotion of research and knowledge economy in our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask our mayor of city, Mr. Konstantinos Zervas, to welcome you here in Thessaloniki.
Δεν πειράζει.
Για σκεφτείτε λοιπόν. Καλώς ήρθατε. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I welcome you to the city of Thessaloniki for the 19th International Conference on Nanoscience and Nanotechnologies. It's an honor and a joy for our city to host prestigious scientific conferences as this one. And also it is a pleasure for all of us to host scientists from all over the world. I would like to congratulate Professor Logothentidis and his associates in the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki as in the private sector for his effort as well as for his accomplishments. Let me tell you a few words about our city, about our administration, during which we applied digital transformation policies. We are working intensively in the direction of transforming Thessaloniki, city of Thessaloniki, into a smart city. We claimed and secured resources of 20 million euros for the implementation of this strategy. We digitalized more than 70 services that we provide to the citizens. We established the Digital Transformation and Digital Skills Center in partnership with Cisco, a few hundred meters from here. We operate OKThes, it's a leading startup hub and a catalyst for the growth of the local innovation ecosystem. And also, we collaborate with the city's universities, Aristotle University Thessaloniki, University of Macedonia, and International University of Thessaloniki, in many ways. We set our goals high: sustainability, a climate neutral city, a circular economy, strengthening the brand of Thessaloniki as a hub of innovation and development. All of this, it's always in our agenda. Thessaloniki can lead the way. The city has every prospect and all the comparative advantages to succeed, an important geographical position, universities that excel in teaching and research, and of course the right people. Allow me to close saying a few words about our city, the city of Thessaloniki. A huge effort is being made in the field of infrastructure and regeneration that will transform the city, our city, into a modern, urban European city with a high quality of life for inhabitants as well as for visitors and for investors. We have a brand new airport, a port that is being expanded and modernized, and the metro will be completed by the end of 2023. Thessaloniki is now chosen by many major companies, international, global companies, such as Pfizer, Cisco, Deloitte, Chubb, while at the same time many new high-standard hotels of large groups are establishing. Big projects like the Holocaust Museum, a few 100 meters from here, are under construction and will attract people from all around the Balkan, the Mediterranean, Europe. Thessaloniki International Fair and Development will transform the city center in the next 5 years, creating a new exhibition and entrepreneur area, along with gentrification of Aristotle Square and neighborhoods all over the city. All these, the above, constitute a vote of confidence from the market people regarding Thessaloniki prospects. So I wish you all successes during this 7 days international conference, as well as your efforts in your professional efforts of your, and hope to see again all of you who came for the first time in the city of Thessaloniki, and find all the possibilities that this city of 23 centuries can offer to you all. Professor Logothetides, thank you once again.
I would like to ask our Deputy Rector representing our university, Aristotle University, Professor Fidas Haralabou, or my school professor of geology, to say a few words and welcome you also in Thessaloniki. Thank you.
Dear President of the conference, dear Mayor, dear distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the Nanotechnology 2022 International Conference, organized by the Nanotechnology Lab of the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, is an internationally established multi-event which has become a long-standing tradition for the last 2 decades. It attracts several hundreds of world-class scientists, researchers, and innovators from more than 65 countries around the world. Each successful transition from a small-scale event started at 2004 at the Department of Physics of our university to an internationally established multi-event proves that the scientific community of the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki has gained momentum beyond the Greek borders. The new scientific developments and cutting-edge technologies in nanotechnologies, organic electronics, and nanomedicine presented in this multi-event bring out the innovations, products, and applications that will strongly improve our everyday lives and protect our health. Moreover, they emphasize the high level of scientific and research excellence, as well as the talent and the passion of our personnel and young scientists. The Aristotle University of Thessaloniki is pleased and proud to host in our city such an important scientific conference. Our university is the largest educational and research establishment in Greece and one of the largest in Southeast Europe, with close to 60,000 students and 8,000 professors and scientists. Established in 1925, the institution is named for the famed philosopher Aristotle, who set the foundations of science. The Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, during the pandemic, strongly contributed to the containment of pandemic, to the development of novel methods of measuring the spread of the virus, to the treatment of patients, to the creation of new products to compact the virus, and finally, to informing the public. Our scientific staff are world-class innovators that are internationally acknowledged, and one such example is the president of the organizing committee of nanotechnology, Professor Sterios Logothetidis, and the staff of the Nanotechnology Lab that it was founded at the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki in 1991. The Nanotechnology Lab is an internationally acknowledged innovator that drives the development of new technologies in nanotechnology, organic electronic, nanomedicine, and digital manufacturing. It provided high-level education to dozens of young scientists and researchers who currently follow a very successful career in Greece and abroad. It has rapidly evolved in a world-class research center and a center of excellence. It created a successful innovation ecosystem in our region with startups, the Research and Thematic Network NanoNet, the Industrial Association HOPE-A, and finally the International Conference Nanotechnology multi-event, promoting the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki internationally. Therefore, on behalf of the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, it is my great pleasure to welcome you at the Nanotechnology 2022 and to wish you a fruitful and productive participation and an enjoyable time in our city of Thessaloniki. I hope that through this event you will build new collaborations and common activities, as well as to inspire you to generate new results and innovations. Thank you very much.
I will call now Rector of University of West Macedonia, Professor Theodoros Theodoulidis. Thank you for coming. Every year you are here. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you for inviting me again. Dear officials, organizers, and delegates, it's a really great feeling to address live a scientific audience after 2.5 years of restrictions. Although Professor Logothetidis last year in the middle of the COVID pandemic also managed to organize a hybrid event. So I congratulate him and the organizers of this conference, which is a world-class event that focuses on the latest advances on nanoscience and nanotechnologies. 65 countries is an amazing number. I also welcome the participants, wishing at the same time informative presentations and fruitful scientific exchanges. Coming from another scientific sector, I am astonished to see the great interest and potential in the field of nanotechnology. You are in one of the hottest fields at the forefront of scientific production. Now, I represent a nearby university in the west part of Macedonia. Actually, this is the northwest part of Greece, where a great transition has started, followed by complete economic transformation due to the decarbonization that will take place in a region which used to be the energy production center of the country for many decades. According to the master plan and the corresponding operational program that was recently approved by the European Union, about 1 billion euros will be available from this fall until 2028. Half of this will be directed to research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. So here is an opportunity. Therefore, I invite you to take a closer look in our region and think of collaborating, investing, establishing R&D departments, innovating with or without our university. For now, I wish you a great time both in the conference and in the beautiful city of Thessaloniki. Thank you.
So now we are ready to start with the plenary session with the three talks given by three distinguished professors. And first of all, we will start with Professor Paul from Max Planck, who is going to talk about, stop this one. Yes. Professor Paul Bloom received his physics degree in 1988 and his PhD in 1992 on gas arsenide quantum wells, and then joined the Philips Research Laboratories, working on OLED materials and devices. In 2000, he appointed as a professor of University of Groningen, and 2008 he joined the Horst Center in Eindhoven as scientific director, and 2012 joined the Max Planck Institute of Polymer Research in Maine, director of molecular electronics, is the author of more than 350 papers and in his field, and with a high H index 87. He got the European Union Prize in 2003 for the development of organic light-emitting diodes, and in 2015 he got the Horst Center Medal on his contribution on organic electronics. So, Professor Paul Bloom, you are you can start. I think ready. You're welcome, even from a distance, to our nanotechnology, and you hope next time to have closer here in order to have together in Thessaloniki in this nanotechnology conference. Ready? I'm sorry. It's not ready. You see, all things can help this visual presentation, but sometimes also you have this disconnections. Now, you have to move to the second. It's ready. Okay, so sorry, but you have to move to the second presenter, Professor Moroni, Lorenzo Moroni. Let me see in the screen. He studied biomedical engineering at Polytechnical of Milano, and also nanoscience, nanotechnologies in the university, Salk University. He received his PhD in 2006 at Twente University, working on 3D scaffolds for osteochondral regeneration. In 2007, he joined the Johns Hopkins University, working as postdoctoral fellow, and later, 2009-2014, he joined again the University of Twente, where in 2014 he founded the Merlin Institute of Technology, inspired on regenerative medicine. 2016, he became a full professor in biofabrication for generative medicine, and 2017, he was elected full young faculty of Young Academy of Europe, and 2019, since 2019, he is chair of Complex Tissue Generation Department. So, Professor Lorenzo Moroni, you're welcome to this multi-event Nanotechnology 2022.
Thank you for the kind invitation, and thank you also for the very nice presentation. Let me see if I can share my screen with you in the proper manner. Right, I think, can you see this, my presentation correctly? Yes. Okay. Yes, can you see? my presentation? All right. Again, thank you so much for the kind invitation, and it's my pleasure to give you a glimpse on the research that we are doing here at the Merlin Institute for Regenerative Medicine within the Department of Complex Tissue Regeneration. We work a lot in the Institute in different kind of biofabrication technologies that actually take inspiration from modern fields of processing engineering, such as additive manufacturing, electrospinning, and more recently bottom-up approaches, where through nano or micro scaled objects we aim to actually steer or persuade the cells in our body to perform a certain action, especially in consideration of regenerating a diseased or a defective tissue in our body due to either aging or to some traumatic events that we are subjected into. Now, in the case of biofabrication technologies, typically we talk about bioprinting or bioassembly. In both cases, we essentially aim at controlling in space and time the displacement and the position in space of cells, materials, and other kind of biological factors with the final purpose of regenerating those targeted tissues that are damaged in our body. Whereas in the case of bioprinting, typically this is done by taking inspiration from 3D printing technologies within the realm of additive manufacturing, and I'll show also an example of how electrospinning is moving towards a continuously increased architected material performance. In the case of bioassembly, essentially we use bottom-up approaches, so those nano and micro-scaled objects as a sort of biological Lego-like blocks that then can be placed together to recreate a macro-scaled tissue. Now, we also talk about biofabrication when we create scaffolds, which are essentially porous materials, certainly similar to the scaffolds we use in our cities to build buildings, whereas instead of workers, we have our cells performing the workers' activity, and whereas the building is then our tissue. And then we talk about biofabrication activities also when these kind of scaffolds have hierarchical or surface properties that are able to recreate the same sort of hierarchical and cell material interactions that happens in our body between, in this case, the material being proteins and the cells still being the cells of our interest. Examples where these kind of hierarchical structures are important are pervading in many of our body compartments, and certainly in bones, joints, and also tendons and ligaments. Gradients are of primary importance. Not only biological gradients, as I mentioned earlier, but also structural and physico-chemical gradients. So gradients in terms of different physical and chemical properties of the biological tissue. Here again you see a classical example of how these biological gradients can change across the tendon tissue as the tendon moves towards the bony part where it is connected. Now, when it comes to structural or physicochemical gradients, in many cases in the biomaterial field, this has been approximated by discretizing essentially the spatial orientation and the spatial disposition of materials to create such kind of scaffolds for regenerative medicine. You see here a classic example where different kind of material technologies have been put together. For example, microsphere sintering in phase C, salt leaching or porogen plating in phase B, and gas foaming in phase A. Three different kind of conventional technologies that typically are used to create pores inside a bulky, otherwise a bulky material. Now, in this case, in principle, these systems work, but are limited into their biological response that can elicit when cells are interfaced with the scaffolds themselves, and therefore when they are placed in vivo, therefore in an animal model that is used before going to the clinic, the amount of tissue and the quality of tissue that can be regenerated is of limited quality. What we have thought of in our lab is to recreate actually more continuous gradients of this physical-chemical characteristic of materials that can be used during printing by essentially combining classical extrusion-based additive manufacturing with classical material blending. And so we have recreated a two-compartment printer head that actually enables to add in a graded manner a second material composition into a carrying material. And typically we have used inorganic fillers, thinking about our bones that are typically composed of inorganic materials such as calcium phosphates and in particular hydroxyapatites into a biodegradable polymeric carrier. You see here on the videos how this material composition can be changed in space on the fly. So during actually the printing of every single layer. Whereas on the pink color we have used a food dye for demonstration purposes. On the right video you see actually that the composition has changed from white to a more brownish composition, where the brownish composition actually is a continuously increased amount of different kind of ceramic fillers such as nanohydroxyapatite or zirconia phosphate or hydroxytalcite or hydrotalcite, sorry. Now, by changing actually not only the chemistry but also the concentration of each of these fillers, we can also change and modulate the mechanical properties of the resulting porous biomaterials or scaffolds, as I call them, up to 600% increase in compression compared to the compressive Young modulus of the or the tensile Young modulus, or in this case of the pristine polymer used in the composite materials. How these kind of gradients can be useful in the context of regenerating a piece of bone in our body that does not heal by itself. Now, bones in principle in our body can actually can do quite a good job when we break them. Apart from the fact from those cases where the fractures are so complex and so large that actually they are impossible to breach the broken defect. In this case, we do use and we do look actually for alternatives to help the bone in our body to actually bridge that gap and restore bone functionality. And so these are called so-called non-union fractures. And typically we have possible different cases where we change actually the concentration of the nanohydroxyapatite from the distal side of the scaffold, of this porous scaffold, towards the central part of the implant, or vice versa. We have the highest amount of nanohydroxyapatite concentration in the center of the defect, and this decreases as we go to the distal area of the defect, and therefore adjacent to the bone stumps here on the bottom part of the scaffold that we would like to join together again. These kind of scaffolds, again, if you compare them with discrete gradients, are also much more mechanically performant. You can see it also this in the video, where on the case of the discrete gradient, you see clearly that in the discrete areas, the scaffolds actually tend to break. Whereas on the continuous gradient, the scaffold essentially collapses without breaking until actually the plates almost together. By scattering electron microscopy, we can also quantify and indeed confirm that there is a more gradual change of nanohydroxyapatite in the continuous gradient scaffold compared to the discrete gradient. Now, before going to actually testing these kind of scaffolds in animal study, in a so-called preclinical study, we typically test in vitro if the scaffolds are also performing according to our criteria, design criteria. And one way to do this is to seed adult stem cells that are known that they can differentiate into bone cells, which are called osteoblasts. And so what Maria did in this case was to take a different concentration of hydroxyapatite, either the 45% gradient or 20% gradient, and compare this with a pristine polymer scaffold. We see that in general, these kind of scaffolds, independently from the amount of hydroxyapatite, and support the secretion of two different kinds of proteins which are known to be involved in bone formation. Alkaline phosphatase, which is typically an early protein that is secreted by osteoblasts, and osteocalcin, which is a late marker for bone formation. More interestingly, when she looked at a final functional assay, which is to test if cells are also able to produce hydroxyapatite themselves, Maria actually found that not only this is possible, and it's increasing with the increasing amount of hydroxyapatite present into the composite scaffolds, but it's also happening spontaneously in so-called basic media conditions, or BM here, which are conditions of culture in the cells where no other biological factor is included during the culture activity. So essentially only because and thanks to the composition of the 45% composite scaffolds, we can actually induce, so persuade, as I said at the beginning of the presentation, these cells to produce actually mineral content in the scaffolds. We then indeed took these scaffolds and implanted them into a rabbit critical defect. So we have taken a rabbit model where in the ulna, so in one of the let's say upper limb of the rabbit, we created a bone defect that could not spontaneously regenerate by itself. And we then put the two different kinds of gradient scaffolds that I have mentioned earlier on, and compare them with a homogeneous content of 45% non-hydroxyapatite with the pristine polymer alone, and with an anti-defect or with a positive control, which is what normally is used in the clinic for this kind of defects. And what we have seen is that the two gradient scaffolds indeed supported much more bone formation compared to the homogeneous composite scaffold with the highest amount of non-hydroxyapatite, as well as with the pristine polymer. Interestingly, we also see that this actually is better when we do not add cells before implanting the scaffolds into the rabbit. So when we actually have cells in place, for some reason there seems to be much lower bone formation, which again we know today is also due to possibly these cells being of a different rabbit, so of a different rabbit source origin. But this in general also shows that with the right design of scaffolds and biomaterial physiochemical properties, without cells in place, we can already induce the cells that are present into the animal to spontaneously reactivate and regenerate bone. This kind of technology can also be further complexed with another kind of deposition technology, such as a plasma torch technology, which actually can help us depositing on the scaffold in different layers, different kind of surface chemistry. With this, for example, we can change the selectivity, or how selectively cells can attach to different parts of the scaffolds. Why this would be useful? For example, you can consider again tissues which are at interface between different kind of compartments in our body, such as tendons, again, for example, that join muscles with bones, where on one part of the scaffold we would have a different kind of cell type with respect to the other part of the scaffold. And therefore, for example, in the case of tendon, we could imagine to have muscle cells on one side and bone cells on the other side. Now, I'd like to show you also again another example of how these scaffolds can be designed to impart actually certain instructive properties to cells. Again, if we take bones as an example, as we walk or as we run, we know that we actually subject our bones to different kind of mechanical loadings. This could be loadings not only that are different in the amplitude, if we think about walking or running, but also in terms of compression, tension, and, for example, bending of the bones. Now, one way, for example, to recreate this kind of mechanical loading would be to apply ultrasound, and I come back in a second to that. But why actually it's important to think about mechanical loading while designing these kind of porous biomaterials, these kind of scaffolds? Because essentially with different kind of loading, we actually also influence the cytoskeleton, which is essentially the scaffolding system that our cells have inside their cellular membrane. So one way actually to think about applying this kind of mechanical loading externally could be to use a ultrasound apparatus, which is also something that is already used in the clinic and actually is known to induce the proliferation of the cells in that bone fracture that I talked earlier about. Yet in this case, we actually created scaffolds that would be able to vibrate to different kind of ultrasound waves or amplitudes. In a way, we have asked ourselves if with this kind of scaffolds, our bone cells like more classic or rock music. How actually does that work in principle? So what actually Sandra did was to take two very well-known materials in the biomaterial field, the polylactic acid and polycaprolactone, and she was able to mix them at a 1-to-1 ratio, yet maintaining them obtaining more biomechanical properties of these scaffolds. But interestingly, also in this case, the scaffolds actually tend to host and support much better tissue formation. One of the main challenges in scaffolds in the field of regenerative medicine is that typically the work is so compact, it is so dense that the cells have a difficulty in penetrating through the scaffolds themselves. Now, by buckling these scaffolds and creating this waviness pattern, we actually can have much larger pore and much easily accessible pores through which actually the cells can migrate into and actually populate the full thickness of the scaffold. We actually could achieve a full repopulation of up to 1 centimeter in thickness of the scaffolds, whereas typically in literature it is known that already after 200 microns to half a millimeter, the cells will not be able to penetrate. We then took some special kind of cells which actually can emit light, so that they become luminescent if actually they are in conditions for which they can produce specific growth factors. And we typically were interested in cells that produce growth factors that are responsible for, again, skeletal tissue generation. So what we found out is that after only 5 days of culture in this wavy pattern, so that is the purple column here on the graph, we were able to recreate significantly many more cells that emit light in these conditions. So therefore that generate much more of these growth factors responsible for skeletal tissue formation. So again, only by changing the scaffold patterning, we were able actually to persuade and convince cells to produce certain biological factors that would be important to trigger the regeneration of the targeted tissue that we had in mind. Another, again, example of how this technology can be used to design certain features that can persuade cells is in the context of recreation of vascular networks. In this case, what we have done was to generate a pattern of electrospan fibers that mimic the same pattern with which our vessels actually organize in our body. Again, you see here on the first 4 figures an artificial patterns of these fibers, and on the pictures E and F, actually real blood vessels reconstructed into the lab. We then took the same endothelial cells and put them on this artificial hexagonal-like pattern, and only after 14 days from culture we can again see that this pattern supports the organization of endothelial cells to regenerate this kind of blood vessel formation. Again, you can see clearly here this tubular-like structure where the green matter around the black hole is actually endothelial cells forming in endothelial cell blood vessel. Before actually ending my presentation, I also would like to show you a couple of examples where we use bioprinting, which is the same kind of technology that I have earlier talked about in the context of additive manufacturing, whereas in this case we process not only a material, but a material that contains cells. Typically in our lab and in our strategy, we always consider bioprinting when we look at multiple tissues that need to be regenerated and ultimately going towards organ-like structures, where typically different kind of materials and different kind of cells interface with each other to put actually the tissue district or the organs in function. Now there are different kind of ways that cells can be produced by or can be processed by bioprinting technologies. Typically they are carried into a hydrogel material, and typically these cell-laden hydrogels can be either continuously dispensed, and we talk about robotic dispensing in this case, or dispensed as droplets that are deposited next to each other, and in this case we talk more about inkjet bioprinting or laser-induced forward transfer bioprinting. More novel technologies also work according to the magnetic and acoustic levitation principle, whereas in this case, through this levitation principle, we can actually lift not only single cells, but cluster of cells, or which are called typically spheroids or organoids, in a specific spatial location, and then by actually putting these spheroids of cells next to each other, then we can recreate also a macroscopic tissue in a predetermined a priori method. We actually work on different kind of applications within the group, led by different kind of group leaders actually, spanning from islet of Langerhans for diabetic cases to cardiac tissue models, to kidney in vitro models, all the way down to, again, skeletal and vascular and neural network models. And to give you an example, in the work in the group of Carlos Mota, one of the PI of the department, we focus also on probably one of the most complex organs to be regenerated, which is kidney. And this is one of the most complex organs because there are more than 20 different specialized cell types in the organ, and more than 6 different kind of functions that the organ need to solve. So in this case, we have simpler model. We are decades and decades far away from really the dream of seeing a fully bioprinted organ, but we can today deposit specific biological cells in specific places to recreate at least a functionality of this more complex organ system. So in this case, we have been able to recreate a filamentous construct that actually represents in all the cellular organization a kidney tubuli, which is responsible for the filtration of our blood, whereas the green cells indeed are the kidney tubular epithelial cells, and the blue cells are endothelial cells that are responsible to maintain the tubular structure vascularized, and therefore to provide nutrients to the structure itself. And these kind of models could be used in the future, for example, to screen different kind of drugs that could be useful for the treatment of chronic kidney diseases, for example. Another of these in vitro models that can be done with bioprinting is in the context of thyroids. The thyroid is actually that gland in our body that is responsible for the thyroid hormone production, which is also very much important into the growth of us from youth to adulthood. We actually use a specific bioprinting technique that combines extrusion-based principle with microfluidic techniques. You can see here again the model that we can create with the green dots being the cells that are into the gel. And now also, if we look at the functionality of these cells and look at this cell cluster, we see that they can produce these thyroid hormones, which is depicted here with the color. Also in this case, we are looking at vascularized structure, as this kind of organ-like structures are also much more sensitive to the availability of nutrients, and therefore to maintain their functionality in time, it's important to have also always a vascular network associated to the tissue. The last example that I would like to show you also in the context of bioprinting is that there is ample need to actually create new materials, new hydrogels that can better mimic what happens in our body during actually the time we live. And so if we think about our skin, for example, the skin that we have today and the skin that we have tomorrow is going to be a completely different skin. And so this means that many of our tissues in the body will change dynamically in time as we live. Many of the hydrogels that we use for bioprinting do not have that capacity. So it would be actually really nice to recreate dynamic networks into our hydrogels. This is also the work of another group of the department led by Matt Baker, with whom actually we collaborate in the context of this project, where different kind of dynamic cross-linkers can be added with general otherwise static hydrogel made of alginate to recreate actually self-healing and dynamic materials. So these materials can also be printed, as you can see here, by the recreation of this vascular-like network. And interestingly, depending on how dynamic these cross-linkers are, we can change again the morphology of the cells that are incorporated into the hydrogels, from completely rounded morphology, very spread morphology. All right, this brings me to the end of the talk. Again, I'd like to thank you for the kind invitation, introduce who I call since a few years now my interdisciplinary hero. This field requires the teamwork between different kinds of disciplines, spanning from chemistry to biology, with a lot of different kinds of engineering disciplines. Here you see the faces, and here you see some of the names of the group, together also with some of the main key collaborators across Europe and in US mostly. Thanks also to the funding body, without which it would not be possible to do the research that we do and to be here talking to you. And again, thank you for your kind attention. I'll be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Professor Lorenzo Moroni, for this very interesting talk and the journey from the scaffolds to organs and your thoughts. And we have a time for one short question, if it's possible to connect you from here. I see my friend Professor Misirlis is ready to ask. I was looking whether he came or not, and just I mentioned, I saw you just a few minutes ago. I was sure that you will have a question to Lorenzo. Please, Professor Misirlis.
Hi, Lorenzo. I'm Yanis from Patras.
Hi, Yanis.
It was a very good overview of what technology and materials can do in tissue engineering and regenerative medicine. But what caught my attention was your first slides talking about gradients. Now, in the natural tissue organ, in a living animal or human, there is a flow of information which is dynamic, not only mechanical, physical, biological, but also, as you know, lately a lot, extracellular vesicles containing all this information that's sent from one part to the other. My question is this. In the so-called, I should say, biointerface, that is, you create a new organ or a piece of tissue or bone or you name it, and then it integrates with the rest of the body. Now, when this flowing information reaches the part, the interface, do you think it is distracted? It is like, how to say, ants going into a hole and they don't find the hole and they start going around? And on top of that, do you think in your systems it would be nice to introduce, apart from other cues and specific extracellular vesicles that would be useful for the integration?
A long question.
And also quite a difficult question as well. I think it's a very valid point that you bring up, Yanis, and certainly a point where there is a lot of research that still needs to happen. What I showed at the beginning is clearly just a piece of the puzzle, where you can indeed recreate now with different kind of processing technologies such as additive manufacturing, in part also such as electrospinning, different kind of material gradients. You could, if you think about bioprinting, you can certainly think of gradients also of biological factors, such as either gradients of cells, for example. But you could also imagine, you talked about extracellular vesicles, also to bioprint those kind of extracellular vesicles as sort of capsules or nanocapsules of biological goodies, if you wish, that can be placed again in a specific location in the volumetric space that you want your tissue to be regenerated. The capacity of also playing with the dynamicity of the information that typically happens in our body is something that I think we are just starting to touch upon in the past. One of the last examples that I have made is an example of how we can do this essentially by exploiting dynamic chemistry. Either this being by dynamic covalent chemistry or by supramolecular chemistry. I think these kind of tools will give us in the future a lot of flexibility to at least approximate that dynamic exchange of biological information that happens in our body. Whether this is going to be enough to then indeed convince, let's say, all the cells at the interface to perform the required activity, it's difficult to say. I mean, from the examples that we have so far gathered in our lab and certainly in many other labs around the world, that seems to be the case. But for example, I think one question that I always find very amusing for myself is how much and with which mechanism this dynamic information that you can give at the interface with the first layer of cells can be propagated across different kind of cell layers as you really go into a multicellular tissue. This, I think, would be a very interesting fundamental question to give an answer to.
Thank you, Professor Moroni. Thank you for this interesting lecture. We are moving now to the second presentation, plenary presentation given by Professor Paul Blom. The subject of this presentation is device operation of OLEDs based on thermally activated delayed fluorescence. Good afternoon from Thessaloniki. Thank you for your participation, Professor Paul Blom.
Okay, can you see my screen? Ready? Yeah. Okay. Here we are. Okay, thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. And I'm really sorry I cannot be there in person. It's a wonderful place, and my apologies for not being online before. I made a mistake in the time. But today I would like to tell you some work we recently did on the understanding of next generation OLEDs using thermally activated delayed fluorescence. And of course, the question we would like to answer is, when we look at printed electronics, is that we all know that you cannot really print very complex device structures with 8 layers or more, and that you preferably would make an OLED that has, for example, only 1 or 2 layers printed. The problem is, in the past, that such a simple, relatively simple device, so for example, 1 organic layer between 2 electrodes, with a very low efficiency. So the first question we have to solve or to show is that if you would make a really simple device structure that you can print, is it then possible to still get a high efficiency? So that's a question I would like to address. And what I will do, first I will show some earlier results on polymer-based LEDs, so that we basically used as a workhorse to understand how organic LEDs in general work. I will say something about trapping, and I will say something about a single layer OLED that uses thermally activated delayed fluorescence, and then something about how it works and about the degradation. So if you look on the efficiency of the early polymer LEDs based on PPVs, like the so-called super yellow PPV, And then we know that the efficiency is dominated by a number of factors.
Right, I'll stop this live stream right now. Sorry about the sound. It sounded like it was cracking. Some bad sound there, right there. This is gonna be the gala dinner right now. I don't know if I will be doing videos there. Otherwise, if it's either tonight, if somebody wants to be filmed tonight, I might live stream it. Otherwise, tomorrow. Check back tomorrow for more coverage here at the Thessaloniki Nanotexnology Conference 2022 with the real people. Most of the time it's real people, sometimes some people remote. But thanks for watching. And sorry about the sound problem, but you probably skipped it anyway, if it's bad sound. Thanks for watching.